Here at Wrigley Field, a nice night for Cubs baseball on WGN Sports, and it's been a weird turnaround. The Cubs swept the Giants in San Francisco, and now they need to win tonight to avoid being swept by the Brewers. We welcome Cub fans from all over the country watching on WGN America, America's home for baseball. Great to have you with us along with Jim DeShays. I'm Len Casper. The Cubs trend continues. Very good against everybody but the National League Central.
Yeah, and understandable certainly when you consider the Pirates, the Cardinals, the Reds, some of the best teams in all of baseball, but they've struggled against the Brewers as well. Here are the numbers, 8-16 against the Central here at Wrigley Field, and they're just not scoring enough runs. That certainly has been the case so far in this series against Milwaukee, and it's been the story all year long against the teams in the Central Division.
Playing a lot of close games here. That's put a lot of pressure on the Cubs bullpen. Edwin Jackson will go for the Cubs tonight. Be nice to see him go 7 again.
Well, yeah, Edwin Jackson's been on a real nice roll. He's turned things around here at Wrigley Field. And remember, he was really bad in his career prior to this year, struggled his first few starts, but lately at Wrigley, how about 3-0 with an 0.92? Awfully good stuff.
And for the Brewers, they've gotten much better results out of their starting rotation here lately, particularly Willie Peralta. The Cubs very familiar with him.
Yeah, a second-year man, good power sinker. He's been really good lately. He will not be easy for this club that's really struggling to score runs.
Cubs have dropped 10 of their last 13 in this ballpark against the Brewers and trying to avoid being swept in a 4-game series by Milwaukee here for the first time ever. Jackson went into the 7th in San Francisco, had very good stuff his last time out. He will finish the month of July when we come back. Brewers and Cubs. Budweiser. A reminder from Budweiser, great times are waiting. Designated driver. Honda. Visit your local Honda dealer or go to shophonda.com for current offers. And by AT&T. Find out what's possible with products and services from AT&T. Rethink possible. Cubs baseball in high definition on WGN TV is brought to you by Xfinity, your home for the most live sports.
Tonight's game is available in Spanish on your SAP audio setting, provided by WRTO La Tremenda, Chicago's Spanish language sports leader.
Well, trade deadline has come and gone. You can still make waiver deals. Those players have to pass through waivers. But in the last 24 hours, Jake Peavy goes from the White Sox to the Red Sox. Ian Kennedy, interesting move in the National League West, over to the Padres. And Bud Norris is now a Baltimore Oriole, among other moves.
Yeah, I think Ian Kennedy is probably a better fit in San Diego, although he has pitched very well in Arizona. Not so much this year, but the previous two. But fly-ball pitcher, he should be a good fit for the Padres. D-backs get Thatcher, a serviceable left-hander, and the kid Stites, a minor leaguer with a real good arm.
Let's get the Brewers starting lineup written out by Ron Renicky. The struggling Ricky Weeks is at second. Norichika Aoki in right. Jonathan Lucroy is going to play first. He's played a few innings there, but this is his first major league start at a position the Brewers badly need some help at. Carlos Gomez, the All-Stars, in center. Caleb Gindel has been hot here lately. He's in left. Martin Maldonado will catch. Jeff Bianchi gives Gene Segura a rest, and it'll be Betancourt, Unieski, Betancourt at third. Willie Peralta, the pitcher, hits ninth.
Take a look at the Cubs defensively. It's brought to you by Toyota. Let's go places. A rare start for Julio Borbon tonight. He's in left. Jesus Shearholtz, both guys the focus of some trade speculation. They're still here, and they're where you normally find them, center and right. Ransom tonight at third base. Castro short. Valbuena gets a start at second, with Barney having the night off. Anthony Rizzo, your first baseman, and Wellington Castillo behind the plate for Edwin Jackson. 6-11. ERA continues to go down, now at 4.89. 20 starts for Jackson. Been really good of late. And really good lately here at Wrigley, as we showed you in our open. 3-0 with an 0.92 ERA in his last three at Wrigley. 2-0 with a 2.05 through 4 July starts.
Get the umpires for you. Mike Estabrook gets the plate. Crew chief Jeff Nelson at first. Jim Reynolds at second, and Jim Wolf is at third. Cubs just 3-8 against the Brewers this season, including 1-4 here at Wrigley Field. They've never been swept at home in a 4-gamer by the Brewers, but have to win tonight to avoid that fate.
Yeah, a win tonight really important for the mental health of this club. Came in riding a high after the road trip, sweeping the Giants, and things have just not gone well here at all. Losing both those games late, one in the 7th, one in the 9th, and that doubleheader yesterday. Spent over 7 hours on the baseball field in that twin bill, and nothing to show for it but a couple of heartbreaking losses.
So here is Ricky Weeks against Edwin Jackson, who has lost his previous 3 starts this year against the Brewers. And Edwin's first pitch is a fastball at 93. It's high for ball 1. Weeks has had a strange year. He's been under 200 every month except for June. Nice pick on the short hop by Castro, and he throws him out. Unseasonably cool weather this week. 68 degrees as we get started, but a slight breeze off the lake. And you and I are of the same mindset. This is a nice respite from the hot and humid.
Oh man, I'd take a whole bunch of this. I know folks want some summer weather, but I'm digging this.
Nori Aoki, the right fielder, with the corner men in. Ball 1.
Okay. Get him to come out of the bullpen.
Another one on the ground. Castro can't get this one. Yeah, it is firefighter appreciation night tonight, so that would make sense. So an early base runner for the Brewers, and now Jonathan Lucroy. He's the 7th different starting first baseman for the Brewers. Pretty interesting. He's now the 4th starter at first this year who had never had a start at that position in the big leagues prior to 2013.
Out taking some ground balls at first base prior to the Brewers' batting practice this afternoon. He played just a handful of innings there. As Len mentioned, this is his first ever start. They cannot afford not to have his bat in the lineup, and having caught both ends of a double play or a double header yesterday. Hey, maybe that was Freudian. Maybe he'll bounce into a double play here. They're catching both ends of the doubleheader yesterday. Legs probably a little fatigued, so he's the first sacker tonight, and Maldonado's behind the plate.
Juan Francisco has really struggled defensively over there. Here's the pitch. A called strike. You want to keep that bat in the lineup, as you mentioned, and I guess he went up to his manager after Ryan Braun was suspended and did talk about maybe getting into the lineup on days he doesn't catch. And Lucroy also seems pretty honest about it. He might make some mistakes, but this is the year to do it. The Brewers are in last place. They're out of the race. And maybe this can help him and the team down the road.
Yeah, well, he's turned into such a good offensive player. It's kind of like Buster Posey in San Francisco. When Buster doesn't catch, a lot of times they'll throw him over there at first base to keep the bat in the lineup, and that's even more important now with all the injuries this club is dealing with.
Got off to a slow start, but has heated up over the last couple of months and been very good here in July, hitting .326. Brewers like to run. They lead the majors with 98 steals. Kick in the pitch. Lifted in the air to right. One of the guys whose name was all over Twitter in terms of trade rumors, Nate Scherholtz, still a Cub, and he makes a catch.
Yeah, the team most commonly linked with Scherholtz's name was the Pittsburgh Pirates. Well, they had some interest, but I don't know how far along those conversations got.
You can reach us via email, LennonJD@Tribune.com. We're on Facebook and Twitter as well.
Edwin's been pretty easy to run on this year. 14 steals and 15 tries.
49 extra base hits for Carlos Gomez. 27 steals. An all-star for the first time, and he fouls out of play. Davey May, 40 years ago, 1973, the only other Brewers center fielder to make the All-Star team.
Robin Yount didn't make it as a center fielder.
It's not.
It's surprising.
I was thinking the same thing. Nothing in 2.
He might lead the league in swings and misses and having his helmet come off. Nothing wrong with swinging hard as long as you're swinging at strikes. On the bad pitch, tough to get to up above the belt with Jackson's velocity.
Just off the outside.
Good try. Just barely missed.
You know, I'm sure I knew this at one point. Robin Yount only made the All-Star team 3 times. The last of which came in 1983. So, yeah, only as a shortstop. He played until 1993 and became a Hall of Famer. Swing and a miss, strike 3. So a 1-out single by Aoki. No runs, though, for the Brewers, and the Cubs are coming up. for first in the National League with 66 homers at home, but they have not connected yet in the series. DeJesus Bourbon in left. Look at all the lefties at the top, 5 in a row. Rizzo, Scherholtz, Valbuena. Then you got Starlin Castro, the shortstop. Castillo, the catcher. Cody Ransom getting the start at third, batting 8th, with Jackson 9th.
And we'll take a look now at the Brewers defensively. Caleb Gindel covers left field. Carlos Gomez, highlight reel out in center field. Aoki, the right fielder. Infield, Betancourt, Bianchi, Weeks, and we mentioned LaCroix making his first ever start at first base. Martin Maldonado behind the plate for Willie Peralta. Willie with 1 L. The Cubs would like to give him 2. 7-10, 454, an extreme ground ball pitcher, a power sinker, 94 to 95 miles an hour with sink. If he's on his game, he'll get 1 ground ball after another. And boy, he's been on his game lately. 2-1, 164 ERA in 5 July starts.
Willie Mopena and Willie Peralta were asked to share L's.
Wiley Peralta.
A strike called on DeJesus.
You wouldn't describe his approach on the mound as wily. It's more just power sinker. Come right after you. 2/3 of the time you're going to see that sinking fastball.
Gone into the last 2 years as their top prospect. According to Baseball America, Bianchi will get DeJesus.
Here are the numbers for July. 2-1, 164, 5 starts. Run support has not been there for him. 3 of those outings scoreless baseball, including a complete game shutout over the Cincinnati Reds. One thing to shut out Miami for 8 innings, but to shut out that Reds club, that's another story altogether.
So that last one was a clunker at Colorado, and it interrupted that stretch. 6 starts and an ERA of under 1 during that time. Bourbon bounces right to Lucroy. Quickly 2 away. That complete game shutout you mentioned against the Reds was the Brewers' first complete game since April 5th, 2011. That snapped a major league record. They had a streak of 407 contests without a complete game from a starter.
Well, you would have thought that Gallardo would have flipped a couple in there.
Well, Gallardo had the last one, but yeah, it was way back in 2011.
Ron Renicke's first year managing the Brewers, in which they won the division. 96 win team in 2011.
The 1-0 to Rizzo, and he stays hot. Has reached base now 8 of the 14 trips in the series, and it'll be a double.
I'll bank her, big fella. Yeah, his swings look really good lately. He's also working his walks. It's been an off year for him. Batting average down to 239. He's had a couple of significant streaks, and he's had some long slumps, but still has plenty of time. All these guys with Castro who struggled. A chance here, a couple months to go to finish strong, put some good numbers up, figure some things out.
31st 2-base hit. And it will be Scherholtz. And a called strike. So the deal now with trades is this. And the key is the month of August. You can make deals after September starts, but if a playoff contender gets that guy, he would not be eligible for the postseason roster. You've got to be in the organization by the end of August. But you've got to pass your players through waivers. So, and a lot of guys get passed through waivers as teams just try to find out if they can sneak them through. They get all the way through waivers, then you can trade them to whomever you like. But let's say you've got a player and the Toronto Blue Jays claim him. You can either let the Blue Jays have him and they assume his contract. You can pull him back off waivers, or you can negotiate a trade with that club that claimed your player. So it gets a little more complicated now. after the 3 o'clock deadline.
Yeah, say, hey, Joe Smith, I see where you claimed my guy. You have legitimate interest? Let's see if we can match up here and make a deal. But then if you pull that player back and then put him back on waivers again, then he's on irrevocable waivers, and if he's claimed, he's gone, and that team that claims him has to take him. That's what the Padres did with Randy Myers some years ago, and they got saddled with his contract. They were trying to block a potential deal, and you can have him.
Alex Rios, August of '09, claimed by the White Sox. They had to take on the rest of his contract, and a lot of people thought Rios would be traded, but he is still with the White Sox. The 1-2 lifted in the air, and it's Gindel in left to end the inning. 2-out double by Rizzo, no runs, scoreless after 1. The official kids club of the Chicago Cubs is back here in 2013. Earn your pinstripes as a member of the Cubs Kids Club. Receive kid-specific perks, experiences, and merchandise. Visit Cubs.com/Kids Club to sign up today and be a part of the fun all season long. Look at this. Caleb Gindel.
What do you got there, Len?
It's at ball 1. Nice Cubs cap. There you go.
Quality lid. Thank you.
We've got a complimentary Wrigley Field tour pass. So you don't have to use it. You can give it to somebody else if you'd like as a gift. Got that. There you go.
Yeah, kids get invited to birthday presents or parties all the time. I think this would be a very nice gift.
Lunch bag. We've got school starting up. Put your drink right here. Sandwich and Oreos.
You could get a gig on The Price is Right, I think. You got to doing the whole showcase.
And the drawstring bag. Got it all covered.
There you go.
And when you're all done, oh, wait. We got a Cubs lanyard. Boy, there's a lot more in here than I thought. You got the lanyard. I don't want to show the lanyard. I'm going to take it out of the package here. And a membership card. That's a fair ball, and Rizzo will step on first. And then when you're done, you got a place for your baseball cards.
Nice.
Right?
Yep.
Perfect.
Put a little divider down the middle. You got the National League on one side, the American League on the other, and you're good to go.
There you go. Are we eligible?
I don't think so. I think we're too old. That's the key there, to have the card. If you're going to be a member of a club, you got to have a card. You got an ID.
Side on the catcher, Maldonado. Great candidate right there for the
join the club, young man.
Cubs Kids Club. Popped up. It's Cody Ransom.
Recent starts, Edwin Jackson has been getting a lot of ground ball outs. He's among the league leaders now in that department. Not really been the story for him throughout his career. Command's been much better than it was early on. The action on the slider, which has always been a big pitch for him, has been really good. And velocity early has been a key too. Early in the year, it took him a couple innings to get up to max velocity. In his recent starts, he's been 93, 94. Right out of the chute.
Jeff Bianchi made a critical error in the 7th inning as the Cubs scored 2 big unearned runs to take the lead last night, but then he won it with that 2-run single in the 9th as he flies to De Jesus, and Jackson cruising along early. 0-0. Baseball blog at WGNTV.com, sponsored by Jeff Vukovich, your nationwide insurance agent serving the area for 34 years. To join the nation, contact Jeff at jeffvuk.com. Nationwide is on your side. I have a post on some strange days here lately for the Cubs, and we have information on the Anthony Rizzo cook-off. And we're going to have more information on the big event coming up with Anthony's mom. Looking forward to that. Laurie Rizzo in the 3rd. Strike, it's 1-1 to Luis Valbuena. Second straight start at second base. Darwin Barney started game 1 yesterday, played a couple of innings late in game 2, and getting the night off tonight, at least to begin the game.
So, excuse me, that means Valbuena slides to second and Cody Ransom gets a start at third base tonight.
Here's a pitch. Hit hard on the ground. Bianchi will make the play.
Really all three of those guys, Barney, Valbuena, and Ransom, scuffling a little bit here. Dale Swaim, after the doubleheader, he's trying to rest some guys. He's also just trying to find a combination. And I think Ransom might be a pretty good matchup against Peralta, who throws so many fastballs. See how that plays out.
Now Castro, 1 out of 13 in the series. He dropped that liner I mentioned in the last half inning in the ninth with 2 outs. Bianchi hit it. It was called a 2-run single. It was kind of in and out of his glove. He seemed to be in between as to whether or not to dive or stay on his feet. As he left his feet, the ball kind of hit him in the heel of the glove. Ended up popping out. Cubs were oh so close from a win, and then it slipped away in the ninth.
I think he thought the ball was hit more sharply than it actually was. He kind of committed to the dive, and the ball wasn't hit that hard. And got caught in between. He stays on his feet, takes another step. He probably catches it easily. Tough break.
Really tough break for Kevin Gregg, who nearly was out of it earlier. A pitch to Logan Schaefer that was called ball 4. It appeared to be strike 3. And because of that long inning, Kevin's probably not available tonight.
Yeah, he suffered the blown save, but really didn't pitch poorly in that inning.
Jam shot roller. It's going to be barehanded by Bianchi. Save. Castro beats it for an infield single.
The slow roller never does come up for Bianchi. Makes a nice play on it. And the final lunge at the wire by Castro to beat it. Stretching for the tape. He gets the bag before the ball gets to LaCroix. Infield single for Castro.
Castillo closes out his best month of the season so far. OPS in July 851. Due in part to the 10 walks he's taken in 58 plate appearances. He had 10 walks combined in the first 3 months, covering 240 trips. The 0-1 fouled back, 0-2.
.321, .457 on base, .500 slugging since the All-Star break for Wellington. It's a .957 OPS.
Double play ball, 6-4. That's it. Boy, that was routine, but Weeks' throw was errant. And the inning's still alive for Cody Ransom.
Well, they say you cannot assume a double play, but if ever there was a double play ball, it's this one. With Castillo going down the baseline, a routine 2-hop ground ball to short. Maybe Weeks a little nonchalant with the turn, sidearm throw to first base, offline, and LaCroix with very limited experience at first base. He's not going to bail out many infielders. I don't know if an experienced first baseman would have been able to catch that ball and maintain contact with the bag.
Ransom is due. He's 0 for 21 to start the second half. Took the ball hard a few times, but for outs. And he takes a strike. 95 from Peralta.
And Peralta throwing more sliders tonight than I anticipated. I think if he throws Ransom a lot of fastballs, Ransom pretty good on fastballs, and especially those two seamers moving in a little bit. Handles that pitch pretty well.
He went around on the slider.
Peralta will mix in an occasional changeup to a left-handed hitter, but to righties it's going to be mostly fastball slider.
But blocked by Maldonado, 1-2.
Hard slider in the dirt. Maldonado able to keep it in front. No advance for Castillo. Almost got through the 5-hole.
And he struck him out, and that'll end the inning. On to the third, no score. Cancer, and it will benefit the Anthony Rizzo Family Foundation. There you see the information. It's a Cafe Brower starting at 6 o'clock. You can go to Cubs.com/cook, and the executive director of Anthony's foundation is also his mom, Lori Rizzo. Thanks for joining us in the booth tonight.
Thank you. Thanks for having me.
Absolutely. Good to have you.
Now, you said you were a little nervous. It's not for the interview, but you're watching your son tonight. Are you always nervous watching him play?
Sometimes. Sometimes.
Does it get a little easier as time goes on?
It gets easy when he has a great hit his first at bat.
Absolutely. Nice double.
Yeah.
His first time up. So let's talk about this event. Who came up with the idea to do a cook-off?
Actually, the girls in the office here, Connie and Abby, thought it was a great idea, and we loved it. So we're on our way. 2 weeks away.
So it's 6 o'clock. Tables are sold out, but there still are tickets available. And again, Cubs.com/cook, and it'll feature upscale versions of ballpark food. As that ball is hit deep to left by Betancourt, and it's almost out right below the basket. And he's going to have a sliding leadoff double. We'll put Peralta in the bunting spot here. Notable Chicago chefs, Cubs players will be the sous chefs. So it'll be a fun night.
It's going to be a great night. We have a lot of chefs coming. A lot of great chefs. Giuseppe from GT Fish and Oyster.
Ooh, good spot.
Yeah. Tony from Piccolo Sogno. Joe Stonecrab. The executive chef from Wrigley, which we're excited about. Prosecco, Purple Pig, Publican. So it should be a really great night. Yeah.
Absolutely. Anthony's in, charging hard, and the bunt actually goes right to Ransom. That was a nice job by Peralta. We can't say Rizzo because his mom's here. It's Anthony this inning.
Young Anthony.
Yeah, he was bearing down on Peralta.
Hey, check him out.
There he is.
He was a backstop back in the day, huh?
That was in Cooperstown. He was catcher.
Wow.
Yeah.
Wow.
Left-handed catcher. I like it.
Actually, he was catcher and pitcher the same day in that game. So
did a little bit of everything.
he did. I think that day he hit like 7 home runs. Pretty fun time.
And the legend is born.
Yeah.
Right?
Infield in with 1 out, and Ricky Weeks at the plate. No score, but the Brewers threatening here in the 3rd inning. And that is low. Well, he gets traded to the Cubs from the Padres, and your first thought was what? Had you ever been to Chicago?
Nope, never been.
It was
Love
meant
it
to
here,
be.
though.
Like it was meant
I know.
to be, right?
Isn't that funny? And his favorite movie was Rookie of the Year. So
That's great.
Yeah.
So these guys, the players, they'll help you serve food, refill wine.
The players
and
are going to
water
serve the
and
food. They're going to bartend. They're going to pass around wine and hors d'oeuvres, and it's going to be a lot of fun to see them out there and helping out.
And there's a cook-off, so there's a contest element to this too.
It's a contest. There's going to be the 7 different chefs, and the way all the guests are going to judge it by tipping the chefs. So the chef with the most tips is the winner of the cook-off.
Great. Great idea.
Yeah. So we're excited about it. It should be a great
Be able
night.
to raise a lot of money. Yeah, wonderful.
Yep. Help out all the families and kids
And so all the proceeds are going
the
to
proceeds.
your foundation, and then you funnel those out elsewhere.
We funnel them out, and the people we picked are Lurie's Children's Hospital, Bare Necessities, and Family Reach. So this way we can help the hospital and then just families directly.
And this isn't the first event you've done. You've done this down in Florida.
Our first event was last year in Florida. It was a 5K walk in our hometown. We figured maybe we'd have 300 people. We had close to 1,000. Our goal was to raise 30,000. We raised over $100,000.
Wow.
It was amazing. It was a great time.
And the goal for this event? Is there one, or just make as much money as possible?
Hopefully we make the same as we made. Yeah.
3-2 on Weeks. Well, it's great that Anthony is becoming a big part of the community here in Chicago. Just 23. He'll be 24 by the time of the cook-off, but I know he's made a lot of young friends who are going through what he went through about 5 years ago. I know he's an inspiration to all of them. Tapper foul right at the plate. And I know you're very proud of him, too.
Very proud. Actually, this year, our walk in Parkland in December is a 5K, but it's going to be the 5 for 5, 5-year cancer-free, 5-year 5K walk.
That's good. Yes, and we'll get all that information toward the end of the regular season, and certainly it'd be a great place to go in December down to South Florida. Spend the weekend and join the walk-off.
Yeah, it was a good time last year. It was hot out though. It was hotter than we expected. It was nice.
Weeks hanging in there. Jackson would love a strikeout here. The runner at third and only 1 out. I was talking to Anthony over the offseason about growing up and playing ball, and he said his dad, was his coach all along, and he said he was always about having fun. It was a very positive influence on him, and you can tell by the way he is at the ballpark. He's always happy to be there. As Weeks swings and misses, 2 outs. So August 14th, Anthony Rizzo's cook-off for cancer. We'd love to have you come on out. Cubs.com/cook. And Lori Rizzo, thanks for stopping by tonight. We appreciate it and have a great event.
Thanks, Len. Thanks,
Good,
JD.
good luck.
Thanks for having me.
It'll be a lot of fun.
It's going to be great. Hope to see everybody there.
Absolutely.
Big numbers and raise some big money.
Two down and a 1-ball count on Aoki. The pitch. It's a rare curveball from Edwin Jackson.
Yeah, a lot of fastballs, a lot of sliders. Not so much with the curveball or the changeup. How about the Brewers? Runners on third, 2 outs. It's pretty good, isn't it? 20% of the time you get them home, 1 out of 5. I didn't catch what the league average was on that graphic.
It was near there in the 20s. 27, so actually below.
Yeah.
Not by much. Swinging away on 3-0, and Aoki fouled it off. 3-1.
Interesting that they turn Aoki loose on 3-0. With that guy on deck.
Full now, 3-2. Conditions are as neutral as it gets here at Wrigley Field. No wind at all. It's not hot. It's not cool.
It's room temperature.
Yep. Ground ball. Nice play by Ransom. Can he get him? Yes, he got him by a half step, and that'll end the inning. Good comeback by Jackson in that at bat, and we remain scoreless.
I want to recognize Bill Stasek Chevrolet for their support of the Prospect Heights Wheeling Youth Baseball League. Bill Stasek Chevrolet and your Chicagoland and Northwest Indiana dealers are supporting over 30,000 young ball players in their communities through the Chevy Youth Baseball Program. Since 2010, the Chicago area Chevy dealers have been providing equipment kits, instructional clinics, and much needed financial support. So once again, from the big leagues to the youth leagues, Chevy is truly the official vehicle of baseball.
Jackson able to get out of a jam. Runner at second, no outs. Third with one out. Kept the game scoreless and now leads off the bottom of the third.
Talk so much about clutch hitting. With clutch pitching there by Jackson.
Brewers today placed their ace on the DL, Giovanni Gallardo. Pulled up lame yesterday with the hamstring tightness, calling it a strain. And the guy they brought up as the 26th man, Scooter Gennett, for that doubleheader, I guess officially sent down and brought right back up because of Gallardo's DL stint. It was a short trip back to AAA. Called strike three. Let's step aside and find out what's coming up on WGN. No one happier that David DeJesus didn't get traded than his wife, Kim, who was on Twitter all afternoon. 1 hour to go, 40 minutes to go.
Don't ring, phone.
Been really good since he came back from the DL. This is his 9th game back. His on base percentage coming into tonight, .387 since returning.
It's the thing, right? You know, players obviously they have their own desires as to whether they want to be traded or not, but the families are impacted as well. Not just the immediate family, but parents and aunts and uncles. People get invested in their, you know, in these guys' careers. They go out and they buy all the Cubs gear, fired up, and watch him play. And you know, guy gets traded, and you got to reboot all that.
Well, Kim is from Wheaton originally. That's where they think they're full-time home now. She grew up a Cubs fan, so.
Right, there's that
the
added
best of all worlds for her.
There's that added part.
Really interesting that they had moved to the area before he signed with the Cubs. So that was just coincidental.
Serendipity.
Yep. Ball 4. First walk issued by Peralta. And it is a night game, and a lot of times catchers will paint their fingernails so the pitcher can see the signs better. He's going with that Brewer Gold.
Yeah, I think he went with the French manicure, Len.
Now Bourbon getting the start for Junior Lake tonight. And a called strike. 70th game as a Cub, just the 13th start. So obviously Julio's been very busy as a pinch hitter, pinch runner, defensive replacement late.
It's a combination. You might think about playing a little hit and run with Bourbon. Tough to double up because of his speed, but not just for that reason, but to create some movement on the infield, make some holes for him. Not going to need to now.
Jesus will advance.
Peralta, despite being an extreme hard thrower, is not a strikeout guy. Gets a lot of contact, as I mentioned earlier, a lot of ground balls. So he's the type of pitcher against whom you feel confident you can play a little hit and run, and your hitter should be able to put the ball in play. That's a wild pitch. If a guy throws that power sinker, not uncommon for him to rack up some wild pitches. That's the case with both Peralta and Edwin Jackson.
Chance to drive him in now. 2-1.
And again, not necessarily in this situation, but wouldn't be a bad idea for Bourbon or somebody who can run a little bit. A little drag bunt down there towards LaCroix, who's very inexperienced at playing first base. See how he handles it.
Infield pop-up. The Yankee, the shortstop, with the catch. So 2 outs.
MLB.TV celebrates 11 glorious years. Catch all of the second half action in HD quality. Watch every out-of-market game live on more than 350 mobile and connected devices. Visit MLB.TV today. MLB.TV, baseball everywhere. Hey, look at that. That is fancy there. Is that a sports bar? Oh, that's our production truck.
Yeah. Same difference.
I see where you're going.
Inside to Rizzo, doubled in the first. So the trade deadline came and went, but it might be the team that didn't make a deal that had the most intriguing time, and that is the Pirates. You alluded to them earlier in terms of Nate Scherholtz. They need a right fielder. They had an interest apparently in Alex Rios, and the latest report says they actually made a serious run at Giancarlo Stanton. Could you imagine an outfield of Marte, McCutchen, and Stanton for the next 10 years?
They might have been talking about Jamison Tyon in that deal.
Probably him and or Garrett Cole.
Yeah.
But it didn't happen. Mark Trumbo, I guess they kicked the tires on the Angels' interest in trading him. So they're not messing around. And you see they lead the division after sweeping the Cardinals in a doubleheader yesterday.
And perhaps the most significant transaction of the day wasn't a trade at all, but Yadier Molina to the disabled list with an injured knee. When last time we saw the Cardinals, his knee was bothering him some. Now they put him on the DL, and I'm hearing some scuttle that they may be more serious than what they're calling it, a strain or sprain or something like that. But there may be something more going on.
Yeah, that could be very significant. Rizzo hits this ball a ton. Gone. That's a 2-run homer. I guess we should have talked to his mom a half inning later.
You got good karma tonight, though. Double first time up, and now straightaway center field for a home run. 15th on the year for Anthony Rizzo. First blood for the Cubs. Yes, sir. The 12th long ball allowed by Peralta this year. A two-seamer at about mid-thigh. Didn't get the sinking action he was hoping for.
Double homer tonight for Rizzo and his buddy Deanna Navarro. Good timing. Reportedly, the Cardinals had a lot of interest in him after that Molina injury.
Yeah. He said to me, "Would you cheer for me if I was with the Cardinals?" I said, "I'd cheer for you. I wouldn't cheer for the Cardinals, but I'd cheer for you."
2 strikes to Sherholtz. 3 strikes, and the inning is over, but a 2-run homer gets this crowd excited. Anthony Rizzo gives the Cubs the lead.
From Comcast, most time spent on the baseball field in a single day this year. You see Brewers Cubs checking in at 7 hours 6 minutes, and you see the rest of those long marathon days at the ballpark. Boy, it felt like no more than 7 hours. Get peace of mind with Xfinity Home, the total home security and home control solution that keeps you more connected to what matters most. I think you could have watched Gone with the Wind at least twice.
I think the Indians White Sox, they had rain as well. Add to that total. Anthony Rizzo with a 2-run home run. A win tonight, and the Cubs finished July 14-13. It would be their first winning month in a calendar year. Lucroy hits that ball fair down the left field line. And it's a leadoff double. Their second in as many innings.
Brewers failed to cash it in the third after Betancourt started with that double off the left field wall. Jim Wolf did not look really committed to that fair call. I'm not saying he got it wrong. I'm guessing he got it right. No argument from anybody on the Cubs side. Yeah, I guess he was on it.
That'll bring up Gomez, who signed a 3-year extension in spring training worth $24 million. It raised some eyebrows around the game when it happened, but I have to say Doug Melvin hit a home run.
Smart sign.
Well worth it.
And the signing of LaCroix, too. They got a real good deal on Jonathan. Gomez has turned into a real solid middle of the order hitter with power. He's always been a speed guy who could bunt. Can't rule that out completely in this situation. Probably can now that the first pitch was a strike.
Big swing and a miss.
Cubs have pounded him up and in a lot in this series.
Lucroy's deal, 5 years, $11 million. And he signed it before he was even a Super 2. That's still pretty good value. As Gomez strikes out for the second time. Hey, Cub fans, if you want to manage the game along with Dale Swaim, log on to WGNTV.com right now. Click on the WGN Sports Game Zone banner and connect to all the up-to-the-minute stats and information while you're watching at home. Game Zone is sponsored by The Great Escape, pools, patio sets, play sets, hot tubs, and more. Gendel 0 for 1, swings and misses, 4 straight 2-hit games as a starter. July 21st, became the first Brewer to have a game-ending homer be his first career blast. It was in the 13th inning, and it was the only run of the game. 0-2.
Ron Renicky showing confidence in the young guy, moving him up to the 5 spot in the batting order. Segura not in the lineup tonight. He went down the line last night. You noticed that he stepped on the bag kind of awkwardly at first base, maybe dinged up a little bit.
They're off tomorrow, so his starting shortstop a couple of days.
Brewers in a stretch in which they're playing 16 out of 19 on the road. Came here from Denver. They go home for 3 and then right back out.
Ripped into left for a base hit. And it's dropped by Bourbon. Here comes the throw to the plate. Tag applied. Out. So the drop actually worked to the Cubs' benefit. And Ron Renicky's going to argue that Lucroy got in.
And no way Ed Cedar is going to send Lucroy on this line drive to left field until Bourbon mishandles the ball. And tough, though, for a base runner to restart and pick up his momentum. Lucroy hadn't shut it down completely, but look here, you see the ball's already to Lucroy. He's still a couple paces short as he's breaking it down. Then he gets the wave home. Throw up the line a little bit close, very close. He might have beat it. Nice recovery by Bourbon after the bobble. Well, they got him. They got him up on the hit before he got the plate.
It goes 7-2 as Gendel takes over at second base.
A little single, advance on the throw home, and what a break. How about that, huh? He doesn't bobble it. First and third, 1 out. Good bobble, Julio.
Strength coach and Newton, Iowa Hall of Famer Tim Buss chatting with Deanna Navarro. Castro to Rizzo to end the inning. They get a couple of hits. Big defensive play to keep the Brewers off the board. Still 2-0. Replay as we honor the career and life of former Cub Frank Castillo. This was a career highlight for Frank. He took a no-hitter into the top of the ninth, and with 2 outs was oh so close to the Cubs' first no-no since 1972. But then Bernard Gilkey with a triple. Sammy Sosa lays out, can't get it. That breaks up the no-no. Castillo with a 200-inning season in 1992. After his retirement, he would be a pitching coach for the Arizona League Cubs in 2011 and 2012, and passed away as he drowned earlier this week. Find out what's possible with products and services from AT&T. Rethink possible. Frank Castillo was only 44 years old.
Yeah, tragic story.
Valbuena bounces to Weeks as we get started in the Cubs' fourth.
Frank, a big league pitcher for all or parts of 13 years.
There's Castro. Castillo, the third member of the 1997 rotation to have passed away. Kevin Foster and Jeremy Gonzalez as well. High fly ball, deep left, out of here. Castro, 3-0. A long home run for Starlin.
A lot of his hits go the other way. This time he gets out in front of one. Might have been a changeup from Peralta, not sure. Maybe just a two-seam fastball trying to get in on him, and Castro quick enough to get to it.
Nothing on a couple of homers. Rizzo and Castro. One and one on Castillo.
Providing a little breathing room for Edwin Jackson, who's been so good lately. The hope is that Jackson can go deep into this game after the doubleheader. Tired arms out there in the bullpen. Not just the doubleheader, but a lot of tight games lately.
Six of the last 8 games for the Cubs have been decided by 1 run. They've played 38 one-run games, the most in the majors. They've lost 23 of them. Castillo chased a bad one, and that's out number 2.
Well, hard to believe it, but tomorrow is the first day of August. Still time to bring the family out and enjoy a game before the school year begins. The first place Dodgers come to town tomorrow for a night game, and then 3 afternoon games. Tickets are available for all 4 games. Purchase tickets, visit Cubs.com. The smoking hot LA Dodgers come to town.
Mark Ellis with the game-ending RBI in the 9th to beat the Yankees last night. They've won 27 of 33, their best stretch since they were in Brooklyn in 1953.
First chance to get a look at the phenom Yasiel Puig and a resurgent Hanley Ramirez. Might be the player of the month in the National League.
Good pitching matchup tonight. Former Dodger Hiroki Kuroda and his former teammate Clayton Kershaw.
This is kind of fun. The Astros traded Bud Norris to the Orioles. the Astros are in Baltimore playing the Orioles, so he just had to walk across the field to the other clubhouse, and he'll pitch tomorrow against his former club.
Nice. Two and one on Ransom.
Cody's scuffling right now, caught in between last time, couldn't pull the trigger on the fastball, fooled by the breaking pitch. See if he can make an adjustment second time around. He's in a hitter's count. Let's see if Peralta challenges him with a heater here. Rizzo's home run came on a 3-1 fastball. Yeah, that swing right there tells you all you need to know about how Cody's feeling at the plate right now.
Look says it all, too.
Yeah, well, he's like, wow. Turned it loose there, but much better swing than the 3-1.
Jackson on deck. Speaking of Robin Yount, that would have been the road jersey he would have worn back in the mid to late 80s. Outer Blues.
Reminds me of the tux I wore to the prom. Well, all's well that ends well for Ransom there. That ugly swing at the 3-1 fastball. Took a couple more aggressive swings at the next couple of heaters, fouled them off, and then worked the walk.
Read his lips. I think he was telling Lucroy about that 3-1 swing. He can't get it off his mind.
At bats are precious. You know, hitters get 4, maybe 5 plate appearances a night.
Big win for the Reds today in San Diego. Snapped a 5-game losing streak with a 4-1 victory. Homer Bailey got the win.
Flirting with a no-hitter again today.
That ends a 4-start losing streak for him. So they won the first 4 games of their Western trip, lost 5 in a row, and then won the finale. High chopper. Kicks away from Bianchi. Ransom to third. And a 2-out rally. It's an error on Bianchi.
I'm not sure where he was going to get it out on this ball.
I agree.
I mean, if he doesn't come and get that first hop, when he laid back and played that second hop, I don't think he's going to throw out Edwin Jackson. I think you could rule that a base hit. I mean, I think he played it poorly. I think he should have come and got that first hop. but he decided to wait back, and even if he gets that ball cleanly, that to me that's a hit, and maybe an error here allowing Ransom to advance to third. But I believe right now it's just been ruled
It's just been ruled an error.
Not that Edwin Jackson is overly concerned with his batting average, but take a knock. Might have value. There may be a wager down there amongst the starting pitchers. It might be worth something.
The Jesus couldn't hold up.
Nice to see the Cubs start to show some life with the bats. Just 7 runs total. Or 9 runs rather in the previous 7 games. 63 innings. They scored in 8 of the 63, and most of those just singletons.
Pulled foul.
Last 6 games, 209 average, $171 with runners in scoring position. A little over 2 runs per game. But a 3-3 record because the pitching was so good. Sweeping the Giants, scoring 6 runs. And 13 runs, I may have misstated. 13 total runs in the last 7 ball games. Five of those in the 5th in game 1 of the doubleheader yesterday.
That deflects off the pitcher. Weeks will pick it up, but a run will score. DeJesus with an infield knock. 4-0.
You'll be able to field your position if you throw as many sinkers and get as many ground balls as Peralta does. See, he drifts off a little bit to the first base side, and that sharply hit ground ball catches him on, looked like the knee. The knock and an RBI for DeJesus.
Now Rick Kranitz out to talk it over with his young starter. Bourbon late on a fastball. Knocked down by Lucroy. That's a catcher playing first. Save. Bourbon gets in there as Peralta could not find the bag. Actually, pretty good play by Lucroy, just knocking it down, but they could not get the out.
Lucroy not trusting his hands. He's going to use his chest as he's used to doing as a catcher. They can't find the bag. Head first slide by Bourbon.
Watch that hand.
Ooh.
Be careful on those headfirst slides. So they're loaded for Rizzo. It's an error on Lucroy. Well, when the Brewers have made errors, they bunched him up.
The chance to provide a very large working margin for Edwin Jackson. He was dialed in tonight, 2 out of 2, a double and a home run, stalled at both balls.
Here's your drive to victory, brought to you by your local Chicagoland and Northwest Indiana Mazda dealers. Rizzo with his 15th two-run shot. Three and 0.
Understandably, Peralta very cautious, but he's got nowhere to put him. Gotta believe he's got the green light. Ooh, not so sure. Rizzo probably doesn't mind. He'd rather swing the bat. Let's see what Pitch Tracks has to say about this fastball. A little low, probably.
Drilled out into left. It'll be caught by Gindel. They still get a couple of runs. One on Starlin Castro's 7th home run of the year. And it's now 4-zip after 4.
Seating for up to 200 guests for corporate gatherings, family reunions, and bachelor or bachelorette parties. Individual group tickets are available for all games. For more details, go to WrigleyvilleRooftops.com or call 773-248-ROOF.
4-0. The Cubs have the lead. Edwin Jackson has worked around a couple of leadoff doubles. Got some help from his left fielder on a nice throw to the plate after a little misplay out there, but good fortune for Bourbon on that play in the top of this inning. The top of the fourth, I should say. He's ready for Bears season. Kenny Stabler look-alike.
Solid look.
Side to Bianchi.
Edwin Jackson, he's kind of like the tortoise in the hare. I mean, he's just slow start, just kept on plugging away, doing his thing, whittling away at that ERA. Pretty good chance by the end of the year he'll be back in double digits in the win column. That ERA will probably be right around where it normally is. Very durable. Each of the last 6 years, 30 or more starts, typically a couple hundred innings of work.
Edwin's had one DL stint. That was as a 20-year-old in 2004. He missed 2 months with the Dodgers with a strained right forearm. That's been it. Made his major league debut on his 20th birthday, 2003. Slapped into center. Bianchi with a big turnaround first. He's going to hold with a single. That was September 9th, 03, and he beat Randy Johnson in Arizona. Hit 98 on the radar gun that night. First pitcher to make his major league debut on his birthday and get a win.
It's a pretty good day. 20 years old, beat the unit.
Betancourt.
76 and 82 lifetime with a 4.44 ERA. Betancourt had 3 hits in game 1 of the doubleheader, including a home run. Took an offer in the nightcap.
High in the air to center. Tiptoeing in is DeJesus for the out. Watch the Cubs at Wrigley Field as they take on the Dodgers tomorrow night, August 1st at 7:05. The first 10,000 fans will get a pair of Cubs headphones, compliments of Las Vegas. For more information or to purchase tickets, visit Cubs.com.
It'll be a late night for the Dodgers. They're hosting the Yankees. They've got a night game. And a long flight. Pitching for the Dodgers tomorrow.
Ricky Nolasco.
He might be in town already.
Yep. Wouldn't surprise me at all.
That game goes long out there. They play extra innings and play a real long game. Those guys might be rolling in at daybreak.
That's going to be a fair ball. And Bianchi with a nice play. Nobody covering third. There are 2 outs. The worst thing in the world, but he took advantage of that unoccupied base.
That's a football they would call a slowly developing play. That ball bunted and chopped right out in front of home plate, and Castillo had to wait for Peralta to clear, and Peralta just stood there, so it was going to be pretty easy to get him. Castro initially has coverage at second base, but here's the part where Starlin's got to recognize what's going on with the base runner. He's just a little bit late to the party there as he sees Bianchi make the turn and then following him to third base.
There's some thunder off in the distance. Saw a little lightning. And we know those go hand in hand. So it may rain here soon as Weeks swings at the first pitch. But we're official. Cubs with a 4-0 lead as they'll bat in the bottom of the 5th. Trying to avoid the 4-game sweep. Well, they came home feeling good, having swept the defending champs in their own ballpark, but the last place Brewers finding a way to win the first 3 games. Ball 1 on Scherholz.
Yeah, with the Dodgers coming in playing as well as anybody in baseball, that figures to be a tough series. Looking to do some damage against the Brewers, and now they're just looking to salvage one. The fickle nature of baseball, you just never know. Russin, Nolasco, Wood, Ryu, the left-hander from Korea.
Yeah, looking forward to seeing him pitch.
He's been really good. He's a Rookie of the Year candidate, 9-3 with a 3.14. Samardzija Capuano on Saturday, and then Villanueva Greinke on Sunday.
Over near the home dugout. Basket grab by Betancourt. Cubs baseball brought to you by Bud Light Music First. It's the sound of history being made. Here we go. Equipment issue for Maldonado.
Tighten up the gear. He's stylish. The gold accents on the mask and the chest protector. The fingernails. Quiet day, huh? The trade deadline. Not a whole lot went down.
Another pop up. It'll be the shortstop, Bianchi.
Justin Maxwell of the Astros went to the Royals for a minor leaguer.
Jed Hoyer, the Cubs general manager, before the game said he was a little surprised. He didn't get anything done here in the last 24 hours, but was very happy with what the Cubs did get done this month. They made 5 different trades. The fact that they didn't make any deals now, and of course, as we said, they possibly could make some waiver deals here in August, but it does make their winter a little easier. You know, if they had traded a guy or two, possibly guys they'd have to replace over the offseason. But moving forward, he said the plan stays the same in terms of acquiring assets. His team needs more young players. Happy with the starting pitching this year. Bullpen's been inconsistent, and just said the offense needs to get better. And they've responded tonight. First 2 homers in this series. 2 areas he pointed out, and we've talked about it a lot. Not getting on base enough in general, and then the runners in scoring position approach. It's been a real problem. He also made a good point when asked about Jeff Samardzija. He said when you're a seller, everybody's name comes up. And he used this example. He said, I bet the Pirates didn't get any calls on Andrew McCutchen because they're in first place. Swing and a miss to end the inning. If they were in last, I'm sure they would have gotten a ton of calls. Cubs lead 4-0. Come to town for 4, as we mentioned, starting tomorrow night. We're back on WGN on Friday, 3 o'clock Central Time, here on WGN Sports. Ford, go further in any one of Ford's many fuel-efficient vehicles. Check out America's freshest lineup at your local Ford store or at localfordstores.com. Jackson with the shutout through 5. Pretty impressive Cub debut last night for Jake Arrieta, who went 6 innings, gave up 2 hits and just 1 run on a solo homer. Was throwing consistently in the mid to upper 90s. That's deep to right, but it's going to be foul by about 25 feet.
Yeah, the Arrieta story gets lost a little bit in the misery of losing that doubleheader. He was rock solid.
Let's see him back in the rotation at some point before the season ends. In fact, I would bet on it.
That's all you can do, right? You get your chance, come up here, put your best foot forward, make a good impression, and hope for a quick return trip. Right now, just no room in the rotation.
1-1 to Aoki.
Aoki's game. He slaps the ball the other way. Ted Turner lookalike contest here tonight. His brother Ed. And one of those curveballs. So the last time he tried it was Aoki too. Aoki, mostly a slap hitter, likes to shoot the ball the other way, but every now and then he'll try to turn on one, as he did with that first pitch. It's right up on top of the plate. Drifts out onto his front foot.
That pitch was up. And a diving grab by Sherholtz to Rob Aoki.
Well, how good was that play? Really had no angle, had to come in and just go headlong back towards the infield to snare this sinking line drive. Hit hard, but he looks like he's okay. Hang with him.
Another ball hit well. DeJesus tracking. On the dirt, he's got it to get Lucroy. Hey, Cub fans, join Cubs board member Todd Ricketts on August 25th for a charity 100-mile bike ride that starts and ends here at Wrigley Field. After the ride, celebrate in the outfield with a performance by Bodines. For exclusive details, go to worldbicyclerelief.org. It smells like rain. Is it raining? Yeah. Just the wind has kicked up.
Yeah, I can feel it.
You can really feel it.
The breeze has freshened and cool air moving in with this front. Folks heading for cover.
That's it. Boy, that was quick.
Yeah. Well,
I think the umpires knew
that
it was going to rain hard.
They got the word that once it starts, it's going to come hard here. Scramble the ground screw. All hands on deck.
So that could be it for Jackson. But you get 5 2/3 out of your starter. In fact, I'd be shocked if he comes back, even if the delay is only a half hour, considering how deep into this game he's gotten. Only 66 pitches, but
yeah, that's the unfortunate thing. He was positioned well to pitch deep into this game and save the bullpen. Who knows, the way he's going along, he might have been able to take this one to the house.
Good news for the Cubs. If we don't resume, they'll get a 4-0 win. Mentioned it right off the top tonight that the Cubs had not homered in this series. They'd been a good slugging team here at Wrigley Field, and in the 3rd inning, Anthony Rizzo giving them a 2-0 lead with a 2-run homer off Willie Peralta. And then Starlin Castro with his 7th in the 4th inning. This one was crushed.
Very good aggressive swing of the bat there by Castro, who's been shooting the ball the other way. The ability to turn on the ball so important to drive that ball. Good looking swing. And Rizzo, he's had 3 great swings tonight. Doubled first time up, the home run we just showed you, and then in the 4th he had a line drive to left field. So he's dialed in.
Cubs added an unearned run as the Brewers made a couple of errors in the 4th inning. So lead 4-0 in the 6th. And we are in a rain delay, and my guess is we'll be here a while, considering how quickly.
Well, we were only here for 7-10 hours yesterday, so we might as well hang out for a little rain delay this evening.
When we come back, we'll hear from Dale Swaim on the trade deadline and what didn't happen. Stay with us. Rain delay coverage from Wrigley. Rain delay lasting just over an hour. Anthony Rizzo and Starlin Castro with home runs. The Cubs also adding an unearned tally, leading 4-0 in the top of the 6th. Your Chicagoland and Northwest Indiana Honda dealers, as reliable as the cars themselves. Here are the home runs. Rizzo with his 15.
3-1 fastball, no doubt about it.
And then in the 4th inning, Castro with number 7. And the other run coming on an infield hit by David DeJesus. That was unearned, also in the 4th inning. So Edwin Jackson, after an hour rain delay, is going to continue. And I think this says more about the Cubs bullpen situation than anything else. Obviously, he wanted to come back out, but after 66 pitches, we are going to continue. And under a little bit of a delay here, as Jeff Nelson, the crew chief's on the phone. Ron Renicky came out and talked to a couple of the umpires just a moment ago.
Yeah, honey, I'm going to be a little late. We had a little rain delay here in Chicago. What are you doing? Yeah, I think, Edwin Jackson probably lobbied to stay in this game. He's pitching shutout baseball. He's been really, really good of late, and he's been outstanding here tonight. Probably told Dale Swaim, hey, look, if we don't go too long, if I stay hot, get on the exercise bike. No hot pack on the shoulder and elbow. Don't stiffen up and give it a go. First sign of trouble, the bullpen probably starts to crank up.
1 ball, no strikes on Carlos Gomez with 2 outs. We resume, and that's way high. 2 balls, no strikes. 106 for the rain delay. Alfredo Figueroa will replace Willie Peralta in the bottom of this inning.
Now Jackson due to bat third in the bottom of the 6th. So it may be that Dale Swaim's just asking him to get this 3rd out here of this inning. Time will tell. A little out of sync right now. He's firing with these first 2 post rain delay pitches.
Now 3-1. And with that, Blake Parker gets up in the bullpen. Three and two.
Yeah, nice job dialing it back in. He has punched out Gomez. He's actually blown him away twice already tonight. A lot of fastballs by him.
A bouncer to short. Castro long throw. The dig by Rizzo out at first, and the inning is over. Took about an hour to complete the top of the 6th. 4-0. Imagine Dragons Radioactive. They're playing across the street at Metro tonight. Cubs baseball brought to you by Budweiser, the official beer of Major League Baseball. Great times are waiting. Grab some buds. Wellington Castillo greets Alfredo Figueroa with a first pitch base hit. So Logan Schaefer now playing center. So Carlos Gomez double switched out for the second time in this series.
Yeah, it's somewhat unorthodox, a double switch. Your cleanup hitter out of the game when you're down 4. You would think Ron Renicky would want Gomez in this lineup, but I realize he's got bullpen issues and doesn't want to have to pinch hit for his pitcher in the 7th inning, but have to take a guy like Gomez out. Here are the numbers on Figueroa: 1-2, 4.45 ERA. A hard thrower, mid-90s fastball, slider, curve, and change.
Ransom with a walk and a run. He struck out his first time up. Crowd has thinned considerably, as you can imagine, after the long rain delay. Another fair ball. Sending Castillo around toward third. Ransom into second with a double as he snaps an 0 for 22.
Figueroa threw him a little hanging breaking ball, but you still have to hit it. And he hit it hard. Cubs with a comfortable lead, looking for more.
So Jackson will bat with 2 in scoring position and nobody out. And now that we've resumed and after the rain, the wind has shifted. It's blowing straight out to center, not very hard. And a fastball for a strike. Figueroa with some DL time. Missed about a month with an oblique strain. In his first career opening day roster, the only Brewers non-roster invitee to make the club.
I had big league time with the Tigers in 2009 and 10. Not a lot, just a handful of appearances in those seasons. And then strictly a minor leaguer until this year.
I went over to Japan 2011 and 12. Fouled off.
So not a minor leaguer, but a Japan
Oryx Buffalo.
leaguer. An Oryx Buffalo
is what he was.
They've always had a good club.
Side on a slider. Can really open the door here, already leading by 4.
Heads up, Len.
Got it. Just missed. 2-2. He got him. Good battle, though, by Jackson. So 1 away, and it'll bring up DeJesus.
I think Edwin was asking if he could get a mulligan there. Now begins the string of left-handed batters. Dale Swayman in his lineup tonight against Willie Peralta. 5 consecutive left-handed bats. 1 through 5 in the order. Jesus with 1 RBI tonight. Chance for a couple more here if he can punch one through this drawn-in infield.
Here's a pitch. Low. Ball 1. Figueroa really deliberate here with runners on base. Infield still in. The starter Peralta went 5, gave up 4 runs, 3 earned. So after a really good 6-start stretch, he's struggled his last 2 times out.
Figueroa has allowed 13 home runs in 57 innings of work.
That's a lot. And the Cubs are going to add on. DeJesus with a 2-run single, and it's 6-0.
They get 3 RBIs for him tonight. Stays back nicely on that curveball. Boy, that's a pretty swing. Watch him use the lower body to go down and get that one.
So 3 hits in the inning, and still only 1 out. Bone with a healthy hack.
Playing all these tight games lately, it sure would be nice for Dale Swayman to be able to sit back, relax, and watch his team win a laugher. Pirates scored a run in the bottom of the 8th, hung on and beat the Cardinals 5-4. Cardinals without Yadier Molina, he's on the DL now, have now lost 7 in a row.
Ooh.
Pirates have won 4 in a row. Now have a 2.5 game lead over St. Louis.
That is a 5-game series. The Pirates have already won the first 4. Line out by Bourbon, 2 down. Not too many 5-game sweeps, are there?
No, sir. Very rare. Not many 5-game series. Figueroa is fooling no one here in the Cubs 6th.
Rizzo has doubled, hit a 2-run homer, and lined to left.
Quality hat right there.
Here's a pitch. Strike one, 1-1. Indians got 2 in the ninth to tie the White Sox. And then Carlos Santana led off the bottom of the 10th with a home run, and the Indians win their 7th in a row. 6-5 the final. Gindel coming on, and that's the inning. Cubs add to their lead. 2 runs in the 6th. It's 6-0 as we head to the 7th. Couple of one-run games yesterday. They've been in control throughout. Gindel to lead off the 7th against Edwin Jackson. High for ball 1. The newest member of the Cubs, Eduardo Sanchez, who has not yet gotten into a game, is cranking it up in the bullpen, the former St. Louis Cardinal.
Been here since Friday, but he has not pitched in a ball game yet.
And on the hands, a little floater that's going to be caught by Castro in shallow left.
Lopsided game after a rain delay like that. It would feel as that of a spring training B game sometimes. From the Cubs' point of view, just don't open the door. Start walking people, don't kick it around. Force the Brewers to string a bunch of hits together. Knock the ball out of the ballpark to get back into this. You don't make mistakes, you're in real good shape.
Still some good life on that heater. 94 here in the 7th. Castro will feed Rizzo, 2 outs. Here's Bianchi, 1 out of 2. Still playing in Boston. They're in the 13th. Mariners and Red Sox 4-4. They go to the last of the 13th. Extra innings in Oakland today. The Blue Jays a 5-2 winner over the A's in 10. Go ahead double by Jose Bautista. After losing 7 in a row, the Blue Jays have won 5 of 7. Still a very disappointing year. 50 and 57.
Yeah, the Jays, the Nationals, Angels, the clubs that had high expectations that have all really struggled. Look out.
Base hit into center to keep the inning alive.
Could have counted the Dodgers among that group of disappointing teams until this unbelievable run they have been on. 19-5 are the Dodgers in the month of July. Tampa Bay's even a little bit better. The Rays 21-4. And they've moved ahead of Boston in the AL East.
Nationals got swept in a 2-game series in Detroit. 11 won the final. Today 16-2 they were outscored in the series.
Gio Gonzalez was charged with 10 runs today.
Miguel Cabrera strained lower abdomen. He did not play. Swing and a miss by Betancourt.
Gio Gonzalez, check out this line. 3 1/3, 11 hits, 10 runs, all earned. An easy win for Justin Verlander, his 11th.
Tigers waiting to find out if Johnny Peralta will be suspended. Read his name, connected to possible suspensions coming up.
Well, and they did the deal, the 3-way deal involving Peavy. They got Iglesias, the shortstop from the Red Sox, for just that reason. They need to have protection. It looks like Peralta is going to be one of those guys. AP reporting that A-Rod may face a lifetime ban. That's been out there, and he could appeal it and it could be reduced. We'll see. I had heard Friday. Now they're saying maybe later before these suspensions are handed down.
Ransom will throw in time. It's the 7th inning stretch from Wrigley Field.
All right, Cub fans, let me hear ya. A 1, a 2, a 3. Take me out to the ball
Jacks and Cracker Jacks. I don't care if I never get back. Let me root for the Cubbies. If they don't win, it's a shame. Chorus 1, 2, 3 strikes, you're out at the old ball game. Let's get some more runs.
Swinging strike on Nate Scherholz. On the ground to Weeks, he'll gobble it up and throw to Lucroy. Bring up Valbuena, who's 0 for 3. It's interesting, Edwin Jackson, you know, he goes through a 66-minute rain delay, comes back out after 66 pitches. He actually could complete the game tonight. He's at 84 through 7 if he can get some quick outs here.
Yeah, I think, you know, Dale was ready to react had he struggled, if he'd shown any signs of tightening up. You know, they had Parker up initially and then Sanchez, but he's continued to throw the ball well, and there's no reason not to let him keep going, unless just you know, maybe to get Sanchez in a game.
On 2 bounces, it's Weeks again.
Going through a real tough stretch here. 152 coming into this ball game since the All-Star break.
A reminder, the Dodgers are coming to town for the only time this season, and we'll have Friday's game right here on WGN. We'll have games 2 and 4. 3 o'clock Central Time. Good matchup of lefties, Ryu and Wood. Want to know the count. Driven to deep right center. Aoki. And the Cubs go down quietly in the 7th, leading 6-0. Bud Light music first. It's the sound of history being made. Here we go. Honda. Visit your local Honda dealer or go to shophonda.com for current offers. And by AT&T. Find out what's possible with products and services from AT&T. Rethink possible. Logan Schaefer will lead off for the Brewers. His first at bat. Came into play center in the 6th. 6-hit shutout so far for Edwin Jackson. Knee-high strike. Diamondbacks shut out the Rays 7-0. We're going to split in that 2-game interleague series. Fouled back, 0-2.
A lot of action here today with the trade deadline coming and going. One significant deal. Ian Kennedy of the D-backs traded to the Padres. Dodgers have really surged in the West. Diamondbacks still 3.5 games back. I don't know what they're going to do in their rotation to replace Kennedy. I haven't seen anything on that.
Zeke Spruill is scheduled tomorrow as they've got a makeup game at Texas before they go to Boston. Look out.
Look out.
Man. Oh, aren't we adorable? Called strike 3.
Blowing up. Getting text messages. He can't stop.
I'm sure her phone's blowing up now. Strike 1 to Weeks. Yeah, so the Diamondbacks going to Tampa Bay, then to Texas for a makeup, and then off to Boston.
It's a tough little roadie there.
High bouncer. Jackson got over there late, and it cost him. Weeks with an infield hit.
And we've seen it. We saw this play yesterday, and we've seen it a number of times this year. For many number of clubs with the the extreme shifting that's going on, pitchers sometimes get caught unaware. A ball that they think is a routine 4-3 play is not, because the first baseman, in this instance Rizzo, so far off the line. I'm guessing Valbuena could have played that ball had Anthony opted to head to the bag. But as a pitcher, a ball on the ground on the right side, you have to start in that direction. And it's worth it for the first baseman, too, to let the pitcher know before the at bat, hey, I'm going to be well off the line here.
He ran over toward first. That time he was to the right side.
Now, yeah, the reason why you take, like you do, take PFP, pitchers fielding practice in spring training, and you cover first base, about 2,000 times in the course of spring training, and it's not so much that it's hard to do. They're just trying to beat it into your head, the instinct to break to cover the base every time the ball is hit on the ground on the right side. McCroy was as good as it gets with runners in scoring position last year, and he's been good again this season.
Rob Wooten, who got his first major league win in game 1 of the doubleheader yesterday, and a strike on the outer edge. For the Cubs, it's Blake Parker. Brewers 1 for 6 with runners in scoring position, but the one hit was Gindel in the 4th, on which Lucroy was gunned down at the plate. And they'll get their first run as Lucroy doubles down the right field line. And it's now 6-1.
Fastball outer third. Good swing by Lucroy, staying on it. He's got a lot of room to operate there down the first base line. He exploits it. And the shutout is gone. Unfortunately, Edwin contributing to that by not being able to cover first base. But, again, understandable.
So Francisco will hit in the pitcher spot. Bounces to Rizzo. Jackson does get another chance, and this time he's there in plenty of time. Always be paying attention. It's 6-1 Cubs. We're terrific. Final game of this 4-game, 3-day series. And it's Rob Wooten coming off his first major league win in the opener of the doubleheader yesterday. Here's his pitch to Castillo. It's a strike.
Sinker, slider, cutter, split. Relies more on movement than velocity.
Some movement. 0-2. Working from the stretch with nobody on. Here it is outside. 1-2. Like Blake Parker will get the 9th. Pitcher spot due up 3rd this inning, and Parker right now chatting with Lester Strode, stretching. I don't think they're ordering their post-game pizza just yet.
Might be.
Swing and a miss. One away.
That's what that folder is. It's got dining options for the post-game spread. Well, Otis tonight is offering a smothered pork chop with mashed potatoes. Your choice of 2 vegetables. Yeah.
Well, you got the Caesar salad. You can have shrimp on it or steak.
Maybe you want the cobbler for dessert. Yeah. Other than that, we're good to go.
Ransom with another half swing. Been a good night. He's doubled, walked, and scored 2 runs, but still just caught in between, as you said early on. Weeks will field behind second. Sets, throws, and gets him. Not an easy play with that wet grass to set his feet, but he did.
And Weeks' perhaps best asset as a defender is his arm, and he was able to plant that back foot and get off a good strong throw to take away an infield hit from Cody Ransom, his bid for his 2nd hit of the night. Comes up a little bit short because of this fine play by Ricky Weeks.
Junior Lake on the bench to start a game for the first time since his call-up. Started his career with 15 hits over his first 7 games, just 3 for 26 over his last 6. So pinch hitting for the first time. Chased a bad one there, 0-2.
94 pitches and 8 innings of outstanding work from Edwin Jackson tonight. Dale Swaim, I'm sure, really appreciates him taking the ball after the rain delay, staying in the game, saving the bullpen.
Didn't walk anybody. He'll finish the month of July with an ERA that's probably under 2. Get some votes for pitcher of the month. Weeks with an easy play, and we will head to the 9th. It will be Blake Parker with the Cubs leading by 5. Rain delay, terrific. Post rain delay, just about as good.
Steady as she goes. Had 8 shutout innings. He'll settle for 8 innings of 1-run baseball. Did not walk a man, punched down 4. You saw 3 of them there. Very efficient.
Cubs baseball is brought to you by Budweiser, the official beer of Major League Baseball. Great times are waiting. Grab some buds.
Yields now to Blake Parker, who worked 2 innings in game 1 of the doubleheader yesterday. Gave up a hit, no runs, punched out a couple through 30 pitches.
Strike called on Gindel.
Overall, solid work from Parker. No wins, a loss. He does have a save in 24 appearances. Fastball, slider, and a split. Thought we would see Sanchez in this situation. Comfortable lead, 1 inning to go. He was up, but it's Parker here to finish the ball game. Blake worked 2/3 of an inning the day before yesterday. Through 15 pitches in that outing. He had 3 days off prior to that. Did not work in the weekend series in San Francisco.
Smothered by Castro from a knee. Safe. Great try.
Boy, what a play that would have been. Still was a heck of a play. It's just better when you get the guy. Gindel's a good-looking young hitter, boy. He stays on the ball, willing to use all fields. That ball had a lot of steam on it. Castro got a lot on the throw. Gindel sniffing that hit, really busting it down the line. From a knee, it's close. But Gindel's safe. His second knock of the night.
Scooter Gennett will pinch hit for the catcher Maldonado. He was going back to the minors, and then Giovanni Gallardo was placed on the disabled list today. Goes, nobody covering. Defensive indifference, no steal for Gindel.
Rizzo wasn't holding him on with this 5-run lead. He'd rather defend their positions and not open up any holes by holding him on, give him that base. For me, the biggest downside to that is you take away the double play opportunity, and if you get a double play, you save Parker some bullets. A small but spirited crowd remains.
2-2. Fouled away. Full count, 3-2. The Yankee 2 for 3. He's on deck. Imagine Jeanette will get some time at second if Ricky Weeks continues to struggle. The best month Weeks had was in June when he was basically in a platoon situation with Jeanette, so he had some favorable matchups. But the other 3 months of the season have been a real grind for the veteran. Parker again, another foul.
Yeah, you get to a point where you feel like you're just setting a guy up to fail if you keep running him out there in situations where he's just not having any success. We talked a lot this year about platoon advantage. You got a couple of part-time guys that could take advantage of opposite-handed pitching, left on right, and so forth. Get pretty good production. Seen it here at third base, right field, behind the plate. Navarro spelling Castillo.
All 4, and all of a sudden the Brewers have a rally going. The first 2 have reached. Never easy, is it, Dale? Manager can never relax. Matt Guerrier, just in case. A good name of a short reliever, wouldn't it? Just in case.
Just in case. Somebody named their kid that. Some ball player. Justin Casey something or other.
McAllen, Texas, hello.
You're on the air. Do him a favor.
Home run swing there by Bianchi. Nothing in 2. Breaking ball low. Brewer fan looking around saying, am I the only one who thinks my team can come back?
Trying to rally his boys. He's just kind of hanging out. I think the best thing for all parties involved here would be a ground ball to shortstop. Maybe on 2 hops.
Instead, a fly out into shallow right. That's trouble. It drops. Throw to second. They do get the force there. So Jeanette is out. That's not a hit. It'll be a fielder's choice for Bianchi. And they're at first and third. Outs are what matters now to the Cubs.
Yeah, that could have been the beginning of something really bad. Had they not gotten it out on this play. Good heads-up play by Shearholtz, immediately spinning and looking to second base. I love the effort by Valbuena. Fortunately, Shearholtz avoids getting tangled up there with Rizzo. probably could have been a little further off of first and maybe beaten that throw to second base.
Would have made this ninth inning a little bit too interesting for the Cubs for sure, and that might have been it for Blake Parker. As it is, he'll get to face Betancourt.
Guys are grinding, trying to get through this ninth. Scooter Gennett forced that second base there, and Valbuena and Rizzo were both pursuing that pop-up, so there was nobody home at first base, so he could have been much more aggressive off the bag. Probably not really meaningful, but
late cut there by Betancourt.
Could have been a bases loaded, nobody out situation for the Brewers. There's the pop-up. You see, Gennett.
Yeah, there's nobody
first,
home.
Right.
Now, is that a play where he's got to get some help from his first base coach, too? It's Garth Ord's down there. Popped him up. It'll be DeJesus. Everybody holding, 2 down.
Yeah, you know, it's tough because as the base runner, you're watching the play develop out in the outfield, so you're not sure what's going on behind you. You can't be sure that the catcher's not coming down the line or that the pitcher's coming over to cover the base. So, right, yeah, you need your first baseman to tell you, hey, get a little more, you're okay.
Well, it's a fan club of 2 now. We'll say 2.5. He doesn't look that confident. Logan Schaefer with 2 outs and runners at first and third.
I'm thinking he's the guy that said, let's leave during the rain delay. Let's go get a pizza somewhere. And the other guy said, no way, man, we're sticking it out.
No throw to second as Bianchi took off. One ball, no strikes.
Again, fielder's indifference, no stolen base. So yesterday when the doubleheader, Cubs were on the field and the Brewers for over 7 hours. With the rain delay here, we're what, 3 hours and 50?
Fly ball to right. Sherholtz is there. Cubs win and they avoid the sweep. Edwin Jackson was tremendous tonight. A 6-1 victory. And as you just mentioned, endured a 66-hour or 66 minute.
Just felt like it.
It's been a long couple days.
Just felt like it.
Rain delay and the Cubs win it 6-1. We'll be back.